And we're live. Audio's good. A little late, but better than never, right? Let's get settled in and have ourselves paint along. It's going to be a great session today, guys. We are doing something completely different, but I don't know. I've been looking forward to this. So get your paints and get settled in. We'll be starting the painting in about 20 minutes. Let's let the title screen roll and talk more about what we're doing in a bit. Look at that. Fancy transitions. I'm learning my streaming software. Let's get rid of that echo. I watched a video the other day about a live recording software, or not software, it was actually about streaming, live streaming boxes. Obviously, I wasn't paying that much attention, otherwise I'd have the better words for this. But it was enlightening because I learned how the studio mode in OBS works. So I don't know. With every stream we learn a little bit more, right? So today we are going to be doing Bob Ross-esque paint along, where we are going to be working with some pretty basic acrylic colors, just the primaries. We've got ultra blue, we've got cadmium yellow, this is the medium hue. We have cadmium red, which is also the medium hue. You'll also need titanium white. If you don't have the specific colors here, and you just have some primary colors that maybe you've picked up from the dollar store or elsewhere, then that'll work too. Honestly, the primary colors and white, that's all we're gonna be working with for these. We're doing impressionist paintings, so typically those don't involve any black paints, but yeah, it's gonna be a fun week ahead of us in the studio. So this is a 5-part series that I'm just kind of testing the waters with. It was like 2 weeks ago. I was working in a March break camp for kids, where we were doing live arts and crafts, and I had so much fun doing paint-alongs with the kids. I was like, I need to do this for the studio. So that's what we are going to be focusing on today and for the next 5 days, actually. So I have a plan for each of the 5 paintings that I want to do. We started a bit late today, unfortunately, but I do want to start up the rest of the streams will be starting at noon, tentatively. We'll see how we get there. Either way, 5 streams over the next 5 days. Starting today, we are going to be working in the forest. I am doing a very natural landscape image with a lot of sun kind of effects that cast through a shadow, or cast through trees and create lots of shadow. And so we're going to be playing a lot with light and color and That's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to get kind of messy and smushy with it. We're not going to be very rigid, so there's going to be lots of mistakes, certainly, but just like Bob Ross has taught us, mistakes are only happy accidents. So we will be finding a resolution to any mistakes that we make, right? So I'm going to get I'm going to get my paints all set up and everything. I'm going to get my canvas set up, and we'll be starting in about 15 minutes. So if you are painting along, just what you'll need is a palette. I recommend individually coloring out your, so like blue in one, red, yellow, and white. I actually would recommend putting the white into the furthest away, like the furthest spot away. We're going to be doing lots of mixing in the palettes themselves. I tend to end up splitting each of my palette segments. So we'll have very rich, untouched color on one side, and then I'll start doing mixed colors on the other side. So I'll be sure to show my process with my palette as we go along, and I'll try to make it nice and simple. Either way, the suggestions that I am putting forth today are exactly that. They're just suggestions. I encourage everyone to follow along with what I'm painting, but you don't have to do exactly what I'm doing. Please have some creative freedom into this. Basically, I'm going to be doing some kind of generic painting landscapes, and we're just going to be going over the fundamentals of how to do certain impressionistic styles and how to play with color and light. So I'm going to grab a palette knife. I'm just going to dish up some of the paint. Grab a few different brushes, basically medium-sized brushes. I don't want too small. We might get a small brush later to get some of the finer details, but so we're going to be using a lot of blue because there's going to be greens, many greens in this painting. So blue is going to be a pretty fundamental color for us. Now's a good time to send us over to camera B. As you can see, the illusion of camera B has been spoiled. It's just a cell phone. We're pretty jank here in the studio. This one. So I'm just kind of filling up my palette here. If you are following along with me today, let me know. It's kind of a spur of the moment thing, I know, but if you do follow along, maybe even later in the week, you know. Or comment below if you're watching this after the fact. You are giving the painting a go. And then I recommend just like jumping ahead from now into where I start painting. Garbage so hidden there. We're gonna need a lot of paper towel today. Heads up. Paint is messy, especially for things like this. I don't want to put blue into my titanium white. Be any other pigments getting into brush paints. Today's gonna be a little bit color theory as well, because we are just working with the primary colors, but as you'll see as we get going, we're gonna be using all of the colors. Green is gonna be very prevalent. We're only just figuring out color theory. We're just beginning in art. Most people know by now that I don't know, maybe I won't insinuate the age of my audience, but the green, as I would with the kids in my art class. How do you make green, everybody? Leave a comment below. We're gonna need lots of blue and lots of yellow. If we want a lighter green, we'll need some white. I won't infantize you, don't worry. To find myself an apron as well. I'm gonna put the yellow here. These paints I'm using are, first, they're acrylic paints. So basically equivalent to what you'd find at the dollar store, just a little higher quality. When these ones dry, they're going to have a bit more of a shine to them. They dry with a nice gloss. The ones you get at the dollar store, if you are painting with dollar store paints, once your painting dries, you might be a little upset with its finish, because it's not going to look glossy like it did when you were painting with it. So the way like light is reflecting off of your painting surface, all those intricate little details, they start to disappear once your paint dries up. So if you want to recover that sort of style, what you can do is pick up some you can pick up some, well, there's many different solutions. Either if you want to go really dirt cheap, you can get white school glue that dries clear, and you can cover your entire painting with that and let that sit for as long as you can. It will eventually dry completely out, and it will provide a bit of a gloss. If you want to get a little bit more technical, just pick up a varnish finish for it, or really cheap solution. You can get pouring medium. So most pouring medium is basically a very glossy fluid that you want to add pigments to create a very liquidy paint. But if you just apply the pouring medium directly to your paintings, you can get some very nice finishes. I'll show you an example. This is a Minecraft painting that I did a couple weeks ago. This is basically a painting that we're going to be doing. Main camera here, sorry. This is a painting that we're going to be doing later in the week, and the finish on this is like I used crappier paints for this one basically, and I just poured pouring medium on top of it, and that yeah, it worked great. So now it has a beautiful shine to it, and I couldn't be happier with it. We're actually going to be return to that painting at the end of the week. I'm going to reverse it to the backside, and we're going to be painting the backside with a Minecraft, still Minecraft world painting, but kind of the opposite. I don't want to spoil it too much. We'll get into it. Last is red. We're probably not going to use that much of, to be honest. So I'm just gonna put that there. Later in the week, we'll be using a lot more red. We're gonna be getting into more fantasy subjects in later paintings. The first two paintings here are very grounded in realism. And the last three, well, there's two that are going to be very fanciful. One that's quite dark and will be kind of spooky, and then one that's very, I don't know, light and friendly and, I don't know, loving. And then the last one is going to be the Minecraft painting, which is going to kind of take some of the skills that we learned from today and tomorrow's paintings and applying them into more of a fantasy landscape. So, all right, we've got our paints set up here. I've got the ultra blue here, our cadmium red, our cadmium yellow, and our titanium white, and some cat hair. I'm just gonna get rid of. So, next, I want to get my painting surface ready. So I don't have a table easel, so I'm gonna set myself up with a little janky one so I can show you guys what we're painting. I just got some foam core here, and what we're painting on today is it's just some watercolor paper, but I chose this specifically because it's cotton, and we can apply it to like just rigid board. I'm gonna tape this down to this board here, and then that's gonna simulate a pulled canvas, but it's gonna be a lot cheaper. And ultimately, you can do this with any kind of paper that that you have. If you want to work on a canvas, I encourage you to do so. I'm working on paper because this allows me to later. Do I have two here? This allows me to roll it up and transport it or ship it in a in a mailing tube. Not finishing my thoughts. So if you are working with a piece of paper, and I would encourage you to do, if you have the opportunity to buy some paper, do watercolor paper or mixed media paper, something with a bit of tooth roughness. And then what I'd like you to do is to get some masking tape And instead of applying the masking tape in like little loops on the back, stick it down. What we're going to do is we're going to create a little bit of a border. So I need a third camera up here. Camera 2 has been resituated. You can kind of see the top of my page there. Okay, good. Let's get rid of the keyboard. We're not using that. I'm gonna do mask off. Do it in a way that you can see. Kind of create a margin. So we can paint more aloofly. And any paint that goes onto the hardboard is fine. You can see there's a bit of a margin here now. And later when we peel the tape up, all the paint's going to come up, but revealing a unfinished paper underneath. So that will create a nice clean border for us. So if you're not planning to frame this and you really do like the piece, I can show you a way of presenting it. Actually, just go on to the YouTube post. It shows how I presented my another version of a painting like this. I have an even border, or roughly even. I need to be perfect. All the way around. So we're gonna have a very nice, satisfying peel tomorrow once this is done. Drying. Tomorrow, before we start the next painting, we'll do a nice peel of this and have the final look of it. But as you can see, got everything masked out. So I was thinking about, do I want to do a landscape? Well, it's going to be a landscape painting, but do I want it in landscape or do I want it in portrait? I'm thinking portrait. Just because I like portrait. I have a lot of landscape paintings in landscape, and they're just... I would like to be drawn more into the painting, so I'm thinking portrait. I think that's what we'll do. Where do I want to set myself here? I don't know if I like that we have this recursive streaming software image up here in the corners. Just kind of distracting. I could move myself to the right. What do you guys think? I don't even have chat. Where's chat? No one's in chat anymore. Which way do we want to go? I think it's just, we'll put our paints and stuff here. There'll be just lots of clutter there, that's just fine. Yeah, I think that's good, right? That's good for me. Has good lighting, too. I think that's what we'll set ourselves up with, and then there's Hmm. I like this song. That song, those sound bits would be a very good song for Thursday's stream. I'm very excited for Thursday's stream, but I don't want to spoil what we're painting. Can't remember if I already did or not. In yesterday or in Friday's stream. Ooh, Friday's stream was so. It was bad. I was not happy with the outcome of Friday's stream. All right. We got to start painting. Our reds, our paints along the edges are drying up, so we gotta get going. I think we're all set up, and I think we are ready to get painting here. I just want to fix the angle that you guys are situated here at. It's a bit better, but well, whatever. We're gonna get a water dish for our paints. Okay, let's get into it, guys. I'm realizing I should have kept the starting soon stuff up and taken it off now. We are starting. Let's get into this. I'm gonna get my brushes loosened up in there and get this extra stuff out of the way. So, for this painting, I'm thinking forest, right? I'm gonna block out the rough composition that we're looking for, and I think I'm going to stick with the whole rule of thirds, and we're gonna do a general horizon line here on the 2/3 of the way up. And what I want, I've been thinking about this in my head a little bit already. And That is in the distance, and I kind of want this path that is coming in this way that we can see through some trees here that flank the right side, and maybe it turns into more low-lying shrubs and stuff coming down to here. But I want this to be more of like a clearing and full of flowers and like these sunspots that were reminiscent of like Spirited Away, Miyazaki. His kind of art style, that very friendly, inviting, playful with light kind of vibe is what we're going for today. I was thinking there'd be some sort of like little pathway back here, and maybe it comes back around this flowers here, and there's this little pathway that's situated right beside the edge of the forest. Back here, we do more forest going into the distance. And this gets dark, dark, dark here. I'm thinking about the composition. I'm kind of thinking like darkness in this space here. Hey, Ben. And then a lot of light that just kind of peeks up through this opening up here. Is that coming through on the camera? Can you guys see? I can see. We'll get there. Trees around the edges. Careful, buddy. Your tail's knocking my camera equipment. Something like that. What are you doing? No, we're painting, so I'm not cat friendly. Alright. First thing we're gonna do, I'm gonna grab... what will be my biggest brush here? No, Benny, no. Get rid of some of that excess water there. And what I want to do is I want to paint in the sky. What's the quality of light that I'm looking for? I think as we go into the distance here, we're going to get brighter. And I'm thinking the sun is somewhere over here, but off the canvas. So we're going to go dark to light. That's sort of the gradient that I'm going to be looking for. So to get blue sky, I think I'm going to start with just my blue here. I'm going to paint that down to see what we've got. Alright, buddy, but you got to stay over there. It really wants to be on the desk. Let's just see how ultra blue this ultra blue really is. I'm just going to start painting up in this corner. Now I'm going to take some of this blue, bring that into, you know, I'm going to stick into that palette. I'm going to bring some of my white. I'm going to grab lots of white, bring that into my blue. It's not fully mixed or anything, and that's okay. I think I'm going to do the rest of the mixing on my canvas. Bring a bit more blue. And I'm going to start rounding it a little bit, too. My gradient goes not from the top to bottom, but from this top corner to this corner here. Corner of the horizon. up here. Very loose with it. Bring in some of that. I'm just gonna grab some of the white, actually. Even more white. I think I'm just going to keep going whiter and whiter, get to that corner, and it's going to be nice and bright. So these first few layers that we're going to be doing, they're just focusing on building the undertones of the colors that we're looking for. So the sky, we're going to end up getting our blow dryer out after we get the bottom half painted in. But we want this blue to kind of work with before we apply some of the colors from the sun that cast into this. And those colors are going to be very yellow, so we do want to end up drying this before we get the yellow applied. Otherwise we're going to start making greens, and we don't want that. Just want the yellow to sit on top of the blue and be kind of not mixing with the blue, sitting on top of the blue. Okay, so that's our first layer of the sky done. We want to get now the forest layer done. And to a similar degree, I think I'm going to do sort of a light spot that fills in right here, that then kind of darkens up. You know what, I'm thinking about undertones first. We're just gonna do lights going to a darks to the foreground here. And we're gonna try to build, we're gonna make a brown, a rich brown that kind of creates a nice earthy undertone for us. So I'm gonna take, I think we're gonna build it in this red spot down in here, to take a whole whack of yellow, bring that into this red, and we're gonna take some blue. Don't worry too much about the mess that you end up making in your palette. We're gonna be impressionists for this week, so we like unmixed colors in our paintings. We're not hiding the fact that this is a painting. He's moving my camera. He obviously thinks there's a better shot for this. All right, so I've got this muddy brown here, and I think we're gonna just try to keep lightening it up as we go up to the corner. I think we're gonna start down here in the bottom. My apologies if I go out of frame, it's Benny's fault. We'll fix it when we take a break. I think camera 2 is the most important one right now. I like the idea of it being kind of orange in there, now that I'm seeing it. Has a nice complementary color to the blue. And today we are working with nature, so it gets to be muddy. It gets to be smushy and messy. If it's not, it's gonna look perfect. And that's not what we're striving for when we paint nature. We're just trying to build up a muddy, orangey brown gradient that goes dark from this corner to light to this corner. How you get there, that's where your creative freedom jumps in. You're trying to make browns. I suppose I shouldn't have assumed my audience knows how to make all of the colors. Brown, you're going to be primarily working with your red and your yellow, but then you want to bring in the blue to just kind of bring that tone into more muddy, darker color, which is your brown. So you're going from orange to brown by adding blue. I'll show you that here. As I add more blue to that, it starts to go more and more brown. If it goes green, if you start noticing it's going green, that means there's a lot of yellow in that mixture, and you need to add more red. And if it starts going purple, it means you have too much red in the mixture, and you need to add yellow. Start working with a bit more yellow. Don't be so messy with this. Just bring your color right in and just start smushing it through. To get my horizon line in here somewhere though. I think I'm just going to take some yellow. Some sharp yellow. Because if this does mix with my blue, it's just going to turn more green, which is fine for us at this moment. Swipe that through here. That's our starting horizon line. And it's going to be, you know what, I'm going to be loose with it. I'm not going to do a hard line. We're going to just kind of let that be a soft, fuzzy line there. It's not a horizon line, it's a horizon zone. I encourage you not to be using straight lines in this. You can see I'm trying to kind of keep everything more curved. I'm going to add a bit more style to your painting, and it's going to feel more dynamic. See, even later as we start building up our forest, won't be following this straight horizon line here. That's why we want it as a zone. I want to be able to build my foliage up around the edges. This is good. I think that's a good start to the undertones that we're looking for. So what we want to do now is get a blow dryer, which I'm realizing I didn't get before the stream. So give me 2 seconds to go grab that, and then we're going to get noisy. So if you're new to painting, acrylics are probably one of the easier mediums to get into. A lot of people either go acrylics or watercolor, and personally I find them completely different beasts. But I do often find that new artists are more comfortable with acrylic faster. So it's also a lot more akin to other mediums like gouache or oil paints, where the fundamental skills that you've taken from learning acrylics can be applied to those as well. Whereas with watercolors, that's kind of a different realm entirely. You're sort of coloring with it's very close to coloring with like pencil crayon, where you're applying thin layers of medium on top of each other. This is acrylics are you can dry this, and it's great because you can dry it really quickly with a blow dryer. It will take all of the moisture away, and you're left with just this plastic coating on your painting, because that's what acrylic is. Acrylic just means plastic, or it's the proper word for plastic. So, or one of them. I'm getting so off track here. The great thing about acrylic is that we can dry it with a blow dryer, unlike something like oil paints, where you may need to get a curing medium, or you just have to wait. So what we get to do is this. So this is going to allow us to build up our layers more easily. So I'm going to get this blue dried, and then I can apply yellow highlights to it without worrying that the yellow is going to mix with that blue to make a green. And then the same goes with all of the reds down here. If I were to try to apply any other colors to it, it's going to just turn to more muddy browns. I like to just kind of sweep the blow dryer over the canvas instead of focusing on one spot. You allow the medium to heat up and then cool down, and then heat up and cool down. The evaporative process actually happens quicker. Because you end up, if you're trying to dry a specific spot, and you're just holding it there, and holding it there, that'll actually take longer than if you were to warm it up, take it off, warm somewhere else, and in that time let that cool off with all the other air that's brushing over it, and then return to it and heat it up again. And that's just physics. So now we've got a nice dry canvas, and it's a perfect background for us to continue. What I'm also going to do is I'm just going to make sure my masking tape is still secure. Sometimes a blow dryer can start peeling up the sides, and we don't want our border to be ruined. It would just suck when we go to peel it off and it's not a nice clean edge. We would have to, I don't know, paint over it, paint the border. It would be the worst thing. All right, next, I think I want to focus in on the sky. So we're gonna start layering things up, thinking about what would be in the background, and working our way forward. So I should be working towards you guys. Also, I should be talking this way sometimes. You know what I need? I need the other way around. I need the little canvas in the corner then. I'll set that up for tomorrow. Either way. I'm going to just address you guys. So the canvas, we want to build up the background, the medium, mid-ground, and then the foreground. And the more steps we take, the more opportunities we have to add just more detail and more information to the painting itself. As for what we're doing today, we're probably going to do 2, 3, or 4 different layers built up. And the backmost layers are going to be very expressive. So they're not going to be, we're not going to get a tiny little brush and spend a lot of time filling in little clouds and stuff. We're going to get the idea of clouds painted in, because a majority of that information is going to get painted over with the paint layers on the foreground. So let's get into painting some clouds. I'm gonna just drop that guy into the water. We're gonna use a new brush. And so for our first layer, I'm just gonna go white. Flip camera back over. How upsetting would it have been if I didn't notice my camera wasn't fixed? All right. So I'm thinking, I kind of want to do a very dynamic painting, and I'm feeling that the clouds are maybe reacting to the sun setting, and so they're dispersing or something into the night sky. And so perhaps there are these little wisps of clouds. Get a little bit bigger here. We're just working with white here. I'm gonna add some colors to it in a bit. Just gonna work with the white. Using the edge of my brush, we're able to create little wispy clouds. Fill in the space here a little bit. Kind of like the idea of these little chunky ones here. Thinking big puffy ones out on this side. We're allowing a lot of that blue from the underlayer to peek through, so we're not applying it too thick on these ones. So a lot of our depth comes from that underlayer. In this painting, I don't think we have a sun. I think the sun is off canvas. That's going to provide us more opportunity to play with some light rays. I'll explain that in a bit. So I'm really happy with that as our first layer there. I think I want to start thinking about what is in this background here, and I'm starting to think about what that landscape it looks like. What are we looking through? So we have, in my mind, I have this meadow that's within a forested space that provides this pathway, and then that pathway is going out to somewhere. And in my mind, it kind of goes out to a clearing, an opening of some kind that maybe has a much larger meadow or pasture even. So I think that's kind of what I'm going to allude to. To do that, we're gonna need to make some green. I think we're gonna make some green. We're gonna make our first greens down here in this new palette spot. We'll take a whole bunch of yellow. Drop that here. I'm going to take a bit of that blue. It's a bit less blue to yellow. Start getting this nice green here. It needs a bit more yellow. There we go. I think that's a good undertone for some grass. So it's slightly dark. It's not quite a lime green. It's not quite a forest green. Somewhere in between there. I think I'm just going to start playing with some rolling hills of some kind. Something going on back here. No, don't know what it is, but we're alluding to something going on back here. I like that little hill or something over here. Maybe I'll grab a little bit of white. Bring a little bit of white into that. So most of this, we don't have to worry about it being so perfect and clean. A lot of this detail is going to get covered up with our foreground. Like the idea of maybe some windswept grasses in an open field. Remember, we're impressionists here this week, so we're not worrying about perfection. We're worrying about vibes. Does it feel like an open field? I think so. Feels very free. Bring in some yellows. Just dash in some yellows. Grasses are a little sun-stroked. Like that. So as we get into a bit of a forest space, I'm going to start thinking about what does the ground space, the ground cover of that forest look like? Is it very lush and green, or is it darkened and swampy sure yet. I think I'm gonna just play with some color here, see what I like. Bring in some greens. Let's do kind of a muddy green undertone for this space back here. There's a transition from our big pasture open field to some kind of forested space. Tree edge. And a little pathway that comes up into here, out to that space. A little bit of green on that side. Act as some grasses kind of following into that little trail. It opens into this pasture down here. Or little meadow that we find ourselves in. I'm thinking, what if we have... If at this, I'm gonna just do a little tall grasses on this edge here, but I'm thinking about a little fence or something. What if there was a little fence that separated these little pieces of property? Just darkening up some of the grasses along this edge. So we're gonna be catching the shadows of the trees that we painted in a bit. More tall grasses over here. These are all the undertones. We're kind of going with some more darker tones here, and we'll go and brighten it up with some highlights a bit. Well, after we do the other layers, we'll go through and add in some extra details. Kind of have that landscape now creeping in. I'm thinking about sort of a narrative for the painting. So if we were venturing through this space, I always like to imagine myself into the spaces that we're creatively visioning. This isn't a real space. This never existed, but it is a combination of places that I've been or paintings that I've seen. We're all just kind of putting those things together. I like to imagine that I am sitting here in this space, and what are the feelings that I want to feel, and so what are those, how do I portray that? And that's sort of the vibes that we want to bring when we have our audience viewing this space as well. So for me, I kind of wanted this swaying adventure that kind of walking through a forested space. I was thinking about this path that comes down in through here, and I was maybe thinking it goes down this way, but maybe it snakes in right there and it comes in around like that. So then we have an opportunity to put like a stone or something, or a fallen tree, I don't know, something that encourages the path to come this way, right? I encourage you to think about the stories about, or the narratives that you're creating in your art. What's happening in the images, or what are you doing as the observer, or what is the character that inhabits the world do? Okay. I think next I want to, while we're here, I want to create some of the underlying details for the foreground objects. I think to do that, I'm going to just create a kind of a muddy green. A little bit of a muddy green there. And an dog fur. So that muddy green, I'm going to just take down here. I'm just going to do some very loose fat brush strokes, and we're not going to worry too much about the detailing on this, because this will come more clear. Smaller brushes in a bit. Kind of just building up the ideas first. These aren't big globs of paint either. Please don't be scooping up giant globs and plopping them down on your canvas. That's not what we're doing with these paintings. Sometimes that's totally appropriate if you want a very textured painting. Using the edge of my brush, creating some little forks in the green sticks. I think as I get back here, I'm just going to start and very rough brush work. Just smush in some colors to give the idea of something underneath. We build up our paints. I'm going to keep this relatively untouched, this little S here, so we can create some pathwork there. Just smush in some of these greens that I have in my brush now to this. Okay. Now, I could take the blow dryer out again and give this a once over, but I think it's time for a break. I'm gonna go take 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And when we get back, we are going to start adding in our forest detail. I think first up is I want to add in a wire link fence. Like a classic like pastured fence with like wooden posts. think that'd be really, really nice. Really like the sky so far. We'll add some colors into that too when we get back. Stay tuned. Let's talk about light. Let's talk about light, baby. Let's talk about the sun and the trees. Let's do it. Let's talk about light. There's something going on in the painting that we need to talk about, right? There's a reason why I'm doing certain things, but maybe I haven't discussed enough about why we're doing these gradients and how that affects our painting. So let's take a moment to talk about what the sun is doing when it interacts with our atmosphere. I know this is going to get a little complicated for... Hey, Benny. Do you want in on the science lesson? This might get a little complicated for our needs for this stream, but you know what? This is what I think about when I am looking at paintings, especially landscapes. It's the way light is affected by our atmosphere, and how does that affect the look of what we want to design and paint. So I think this is best illustrated with maybe a drawing. Do you want to draw it for us? Otherwise, I need you to scram. Want me to set you up in a box? No, don't get your fur on everything, please. One moment. Let's get a Benny box. There you go. Get in. Go in the box. Go in the box. Good boy. All right. We've got the Earth. This is a terrible Earth. And we have you. Yay. Right? Yeah. Maybe it would have been better. Let's draw you over here. You know, that's not you. That's trees now. Trees. And maybe back here there's a mountain. And you're here. Okay? Still with me? Back here is the sun. Okay? So we got the sun. Sun's rays are coming through here, right? It's coming, hitting everything on the Earth. At least this side of the Earth. And the light that hits it reflects, and imagine this is properly scaled, and yet what we would see is the mountain, right? You see the tree, you see everything in front of you, right? Generally. So, there is atmosphere on the Earth. And the light that comes from the sun has to travel through the atmosphere to get to our eyes. And the light that travels from hitting the mountain has to travel through a lot more atmosphere to get to us. So what does this atmosphere look like? In the most simplistic way, it just looks like white. It's just kind of like a white dust that fills our entire air that we breathe. The most simple form is light, or it is white. But if you want to get technical, the reason why the sun has colors, or the sky has colors when the sun is setting or rising, is because of the way light is refracted through the atmosphere. And so objects that are further away, or the light that is coming from more atmosphere, gets refracted more. And so, what does all of this mean? Well, in order for us to create a realistic, or at least the impression of a landscape, especially one that we are doing at like a setting sun, we want to consider the light quality that would be applied to the sun or to the sky, and applying that same sort of tone to our landscapes. So if our sun is casting a orange hue that turns to kind of a pink, then we want to start bringing in some of the orange and pink hues into our into the highlights in our painting. All of that to say, additionally, we want to create lighter, a lighter appearance to objects that are further away from us, because there is more atmosphere in the light that or between you and that object. And then objects that are close to you, they have less atmosphere, and so the light is obstructed less. And oddly enough, that just means that you are able to see more of the object, and it will appear darker. Your eye is able to render more of the information, and it is not being obfuscated through white dust. So as the light is bouncing through all the white dust, it's just getting lighter and lighter, more and more white. But there is no white dust between us, or there's a lot less of white dust between us and these objects here. So they're going to appear darker. And there's also generally less light because there is, like, we're further away from the sun. Yeah, physics. We'll talk about more ways the sun interacts with our landscape, especially in tomorrow's painting. It's going to be very focused on reflections and light refraction, specifically onto buildings. So we're going to be doing a cityscape tomorrow. So yeah, that's why we have very white space out this way. And I will actually be probably making this even a bit more bright as I go out further over here. I think I want to have the idea of the sun setting out over here. But what I really want to do is add a little fancy little fence. So I will actually get a smaller brush for this. Make a round. Here. Oh, long Sean. Oh, that's good. I'm on stream, by the way. So that looks kind of purple, so I want to get away from this wine color. I want more yellow, I think. Is that better? I did, but I'm not paying attention to my phone right now. I'm just gonna use the edge of my brush. I'm just going to be creating these little posts. They're just gonna be the tops of the posts, just sticking through a little foliage here. I don't want them to be perfectly level or spaced. They're gonna be a little bit random. So I've been weathered a bit. And the great thing about this is this starts to add a bit of a scale to our image, because we have an understanding of what a fence looks like. The moment I put this in, our brain now goes, oh, that's a little bit further away than I anticipated. So just have these little pegs coming up. All of you okay? You sound gross. Maybe she wasn't supposed to. This one, I think we're going to be able to see more. But just give it a longer... Well, the idea that the path is coming through there, so I want to be able to see those two. Oliver, are you okay? You alright? What'd you eat? Just licking her chops, but also like coughing. Obviously, she ate something she wasn't supposed to. She has a fascination with cat litter lately. Now for the chain link part, I guess it's a barbed wire fence. That's what I was going for, barbed wire fence. For that part, I'm gonna go even smaller. What I might do, I think I might use a palette knife. Yeah, I'm gonna use the edge of a palette knife. I'm just gonna use straight blue. Tiniest little bit. I don't know if you can see that. Just gonna use that. We don't have black. We're not working with black today. So we're using the next best thing. Can almost be seen. Said almost. Not. Now's a really bad time to ask for it. Why are you sewing? Oh, what happened to your jacket?
That's how I was planning to.
Oh, yes.
Just let me get a chance, okay?
Yeah, next break I can give them to you. Or like this, the broken line that the palette knife is providing is great for a barbed wire. I know the blue probably looks a little out of place at the moment, but we're going to be bringing a lot of blue in as the shadows later. So these sharp little edges will make a lot of sense. So this is all about just building up the world. Maybe this is where that opening is. I think I want to add some shadows to those posts. So now's a good opportunity to show you. We're going to be using the blue. So we have that brown that we were using for the posts. I'm just going to take some of the blue here, bring that right in here, and it's going to just make it darker. And it is going to go a little purple, but we're okay. We're just fine with that. The mind will start filling in the information and it won't look so purple in comparison to the rest of the image. And we'll talk about color toning a little later in the week. Because, well, yeah. We'll definitely get into color toning. We'll need it a couple times, but generally it has to do with simplifying your color palette. I'm taking this darker brown now. I'm gonna color in the edges a little bit of these posts. I'm going to use this to smudge in, make the edges around that fence. Sorry, the ground edges around that fence sort of look like they have some shadow going on, some undergrowth. I'll even use my finger to get in there, get a little messy. Got a full house in here. We got Olive on her little pillow here. We got Benny in the box. I like that. All right. So as we come in, I think this is when we start looking at creating some trees and stuff. But as we I think we're gonna let that dry. I'm gonna add in some color into our sky. Actually, there's a bit of red still in this brush. I think we're gonna utilize that a little bit. I'm gonna start bringing in here just a little bit of this sturdy water to just add in some tone, a little bit of color to our. Well, this is almost like watercoloring, or yeah, watercolor painting. So we're just taking a little bit of our wet pigment, the finest little bit of, and I'm just using my finger, just mush it into the paint. Again, I'm sticking with that fluid motion, and it's really going to benefit our style later. Let's see what I mean. Now I'm going to take some yellows, some yellow into my brush. I'm going to take all that extra out of it though. So I only have the finest amount on there and get it a little bit wet. Take a bit of that out. So I should have just small amounts of yellow in there. We're just brushing that into the undersides of our, what do you clouds here. And you want to be loose with it. But I also want to focus this yellow onto the whites of the clouds. If you get too much of the blue parts colored in, that green will begin to occur. You want to not allow that to happen too much. But if it does, we can always bring in more white. I've done that a little bit here, so I can just pick up a bit more white. Just bring that over. Fixes up that green spot. Later, we'll be bordering that sort of that area of painting where we're going from impressionist to expressionism. You know art history, or you know painting styles, you'll kind of understand what I mean, but we'll be looking at how maybe well, I'll specifically be looking at the light qualities, and how light can be playful. So I'm going to be making up some sort of light rays and light sun crowns effects. And while you sometimes see that in nature, we're definitely going to be playing with the artistic style of this. Not sure if the camera is picking up quite as much of the detail we're adding in over here, but there should be a bit more color now that that in there. I'm gonna just take some thick white and I'm just adding in some more of the clouds again. We're starting to layer now some of our information. And so it'll give it a lot more depth. Now, someone's trying to get a hold of me. I'm gonna check who it is. Cool. All good. Not bad news, good news. Alright, I'm liking that. Our blues are drying up and they are quite stark. Very dark. I like that though. It means we have a nice shade to work with. I'm liking how this is all coming together up here. I think now we'll bring in some of the defined growth into our space. But first, so I've been thinking about the architecture here, right? The architecture of this landscape. We have this fencing. Now, what is the architecture of a forest? To me, it's things that people, like animals, would have to navigate around. So like a boulder or a fallen tree. So perhaps that's what we focus on before we get into some of that undergrowth. Right, I'm speaking about how I structure paintings. I go background, undertone, background, architecture of the background, and then we start building up midground, architecture of that midground. And then usually I kind of get into flip-flopping between details. But yeah, I need another painting. Oh, I can use this one. Sometimes I have a tendency of just constantly rotating my brushes and using more and more and more. And then I have like 30 brushes in my water here. We already have quite a few. I think we're gonna use some of this dark brown blue mixture here. I'm gonna bring it actually in over to take some of it into this new spot here. I'm gonna work on making a gray. So I'm gonna bring in a lot of white. I'm gonna play with that a little bit in this spot. Quick beige, sandy. The sand is good, but I'd like it more blue. Pretty nice gray there. If I admit, it's quite uniform, so I'm just kind of muddying this up a little bit, and then I'm going to make sure I've got a varying amount of colors on my paintbrush. Again, we're impressionists. We're going about making smushy paintings. The idea of them, right? So I'm going to get like just a mid-sized little rock here. Maybe there's some fragments come off of it. Just gonna paint on the general forms here. We'll add detail as we go. So down here, I think we have some rocks kind of flank our low pathway and make it kind of rough and harder to navigate through the space, maybe. It's a little rundown path, right? Maybe we've got roots and stuff growing in there. For whatever reason, I feel like there just needs to be this idea of just like this little rock that's peeking out in the field here. Yeah. I don't know why I need that, but it does. Over here, maybe we have another couple rocks. The rocks are starting to look too uniform, so I'm going to bring in some other pigments, like this red. Make a little more of a red color into this one. So we got this purpley gray, and we'll play with this one. I think I want the idea that there's a rocky pathway continuing around this corner a bit here, but a little too far for us to render the information. Just got the undertones in it. And take a lighter gray now, just adding more color to that. Sorry, more white. I'm just going to capture the edges of some of these, just to give them a little more definition. So this is all about making forms. So objects, light will wrap around an object, and you always want to do a light side and a dark side. And the more you understand that, the more complex your forms can be. And this one just has a bit of light from an opening captured on top. Pathway a little bit. take my grays. I'm just going to keep playing with gray for a little bit here. Maybe muddy it up, do some browns in that. Just add some little smushy details in here. Just get a little path going. The more colors you play with, the more you mix and match and play with your tones, the more natural it'll begin to look. So if I took one gray and went continuous with that one gray through, it's going to look very unnatural, obscure. See later when we start playing a bit more with the sun, how it affects our forest. Again, this is supposed to be a forest. We're still building up, right? So as we get more and more detail in here, we'll begin playing with the sun, see how that affects the lighting and color of certain things. Now I'm just kind of smushing this brown in here to make a little bit more loose detail, also show that there's a muddy path or something. We'll add a little green growth in there later after this has dried up a bit. Maybe some tree roots and things like that. Nice there. Kind of have this allusion to the path going back to here. I'm thinking, why would the path snake around this, right? Why wouldn't it just cut through this way or around that way? Maybe there was some sort of big tree here that we liked, that the original owner of this property liked to wrap around. Perhaps that tree has fallen and so we have this maybe uprooted. Ooh. Now we're getting creative. Always thinking about the narrative of the painting. What's happened in this space? Why is it here? Why are we there? I like to think this is just a painting about a lovely hike through the countryside. So I got a nice little brown here. Into what I want to do here. What I really want to do, I want to just kind of create this like uprooted. You know when like a tree gets felled because it's really old? It's lifted up a whole chunk of the landscape with it. Here is just a monstrous trunk that has merged into the landscape, and so up here is just these roots. I'll get more detail in here in a bit. The idea that it's pulled up the earth a little bit. Just taking our blue, which is our shade color, we can use that to get some deep crevices in there. Taking that blue directly, applying it. Little smushy spots. I'm gonna take a little dark brown, capture just the underside of the felled trunk here. Maybe it's been there for a good time. It's fallen a while ago. It's more grown into the earth. The space is a little more dead because the tree has fallen, deteriorating and splitting apart, and all these bugs and wildlife are finding homage in it. Now this is my idea. If you don't want to do a felled tree, you don't even want to do a pathway in your meadow, you don't need to. This is your painting as well. Take some yellow, brighten that up a little bit. Green. Let's get some life back into this space here. I feel like we'll need to let this dry up and we'll return to add more detail. I think I'm losing a bit. It's too smushy. What's going on down here? I can't even tell anymore. Let's return to this in a bit. Let's focus down here. And I'm thinking is I just kind of want to add more kind of dark tones to the spaces over here. You know what we want to do? We're going to get some trees in here. This is one of those, this is going to be those Bob Ross moments where we have happy accidents. Doesn't matter what we do here. There's going to be no wrong answers. So I've got a nice brown. This feels like a nice healthy brown. What do you think? Maybe a bit more yellow. There we go. We've got a nice full brush. It's almost too full, but we're gonna use it. Oh, sorry, Benny. I'm gonna focus in over here, maybe working from the back forward. I think that's gonna be the best bet. I'm going to go from the bottom up, and we're going to be loose. And here, let's take a moment to talk about trees. Look at the backside of this. Everyone knows lightning, right? Not like the Thunderbolt lightning, but the cascading down, and it splits, and it constantly splits, and it constantly splits, right? It has these splits. Tree does the exact same thing, but in reverse. However, what happens is anytime one of these connections occur here, the width of these branches become accumulative. They sum up together, so it becomes twice as fat. And then whatever this is adds to this. And so this is now 3 branches or units, however thick, right? And the same keeps happening everywhere. So these 2 become 2 thick, this becomes a 3 thick, and those 3 add to this, and now it's a 6. So we got a nice and fat branch, right? And that nice and fat branch meets this 1, maybe it has extra 1s coming off of it, right? And so this is another 3. So now it's a 9. So we've got our big fat base, and now we have a tree. So all trees, all plant life have this general premise, this general function, where anytime it branches off, it's subtracting a level of nutrients necessary for that growth. And it will, if it doesn't have any cut limbs, basically the cumulative width of them will be the sum of the widths of all of the small offshoots. Crazy, right? So that's kind of where we want to have our head at when we are drawing our trees in. We're going to be focusing on just the trunks at first. So whatever we have, our thick base, we're going to be splitting off into smaller bases. So what I like to do instead is to think of every brush stroke as a single branch. And we since these are nice full trees, I don't think we're going to branch off too much because they're going to just get obscured mostly by the foliage. So we'll probably do 3 or 4. So each brush stroke is a branch segment. So this brush here, do 1, and we'll add a brush stroke beside it. But maybe I should start from the top here. That'll work too. Right, so it's fattened up, and then maybe we add here. So this is fattened up again. That gets added to it. So that kind of makes sense as a tree. Once we fill in some more of the fine details, it'll really clean up and won't look so cartoony. But for the base of a tree, it certainly works. I'm just going to do a whole bunch of these to fill in a forest. So as we go further into the distance, it becomes smaller. So that means I have to be more delicate with my brush strokes. Maybe I get a smaller brush for these. I think that's okay. We have enough for 1 more here. I think if I put 1 more, I'd start losing the details for that fence there. So I think this side will be okay. We'll add more details with lower lying bushes and things. But here's probably a good spot for one. You know what? Realizing I'm using all the same brown feels like a faux pas. It's almost like they're all the same tree. That. Grab a different brown, or a bunch of yellow in there maybe. Over here, I think we're gonna get a lot more busy with those. So, and I think we'll add more branches offshooting on this too. I'm gonna do in some little spindly guys in back here. Thinking I want these taller. We do just indicate the idea of where some of the branches are peeking out. And as I'm going with the designs for this, I'm thinking about the motion, the activity that I am implying into the painting already. So we've got those sweeping clouds, right? And so I kind of want to keep that motion going. It's kind of, that's getting into talking about composition. This idea of fluid nature kind of drawing you into the landscape. No, they look a little cartoony right now, but trust me, they're gonna look great in a bit. Nice light. More of a sandy brown over here. Maybe we have like some birch trees. I want to start being able to define different trees. Flat my brush. A little better angle on that. About birch trees is young branches are actually brown. capture some of the details for a birch tree, we're gonna need to. Well, I would normally put like black or something if I was really trying to be. I was really trying to render it, but again, blue is our black for our impressionist paintings. I'm gonna take little, very little sweeps of blue. Across it. Little sweeps, they're gonna act sort of like that peeled paper effect you see on birch. I think I need more white for this guy. There's a hard edge here that I don't have. I want to capture it. Somewhere. Where? Maybe that's enough. What about like some cedar trees? Undertone to my cedar trees, probably a pretty dark brown. With a bit of green in it. Where are you feeling, cedar tree? I'm thinking something in here. I think I'm just going to focus on the core of it that we can just kind of barely see. Going to fatten it up around the base and smush some of this dark color in there at the bottom. Cedar trees have a tendency to kill everything that's around its base. So I'm liking this. Definitely more detail needs to be brought into this space. It looks very muddy. But I think we can add a bit of the... You know what? No. Let's get into adding some of the undertone, other colors, structure to these guys here. So I've got pretty nice idea of these structures here. I'm just going to refine them a bit with the brown here. Maybe. I think this is a good opportunity to put smaller. So, same concept as with the trees. These little sticks coming branch out. Think about how that affects the total plant. Sometimes the thought finishes in my brain before my mouth happens, and I don't know where to go from there. It doesn't need to be perfect because a lot of this information will again be covered up. What's in front? There's gonna be some nice flowers. Now I'm gonna drive botanists crazy because I'm not gonna stick to a specific flower or even indicate what we're painting. Other than, I don't know, this is like what, North American landscape? It's gotta be, 'cause it's got birch trees and I don't know, it could be European, I suppose. It could be anywhere. It's on Earth. It's just on Earth. I mean, it's not Antarctica. Like that. I think we're ready to get adventurous with our foliage. You know, let's add some depth to these trees. So we're gonna take some light brown, run it around the right sides of our trees because our sun is over on our right. Little bits of detail where necessary. Now we are working with our small brush, but gets to foliage here in a moment. Probably gonna go back to the brush. Doesn't even want to dry this up too. So you want to the idea of some branches, you can just do some broken lines as it breaks off. Foliage that we do in a moment will help clean that stuff up. Some shading to our here objects, or the rocks, sorry. The rocks are specifically looking quite flat. Use some browns to bring some tone into the rocks. Just gonna dot in some different browns into the pathway to give it some randomness. And take your time with this. Make sure you're not rushing this. It doesn't look right to you, then maybe it won't look right to someone else, and you want to spend a bit more time and care into that spot. It's okay to be messy. Some important parts, having fun. Cool. Some more detailed rocks and stuff in here. Do you remember I wanted some roots? Some tripping hazards, you know? Oh, I haven't gone on break yet. Here, I'll take a break in a minute. We're gonna need to let things dry in here in a second anyway, so. Alright, we got a pretty smushy, dirty path there, but I like the undertones through here still coming through, still peeking through a little bit, like that. I think we could do a little bit better with our highlights on our trees. Some edges. I like the sun is finding little spots to peek through and capture onto the branch. So, fun thing about acrylics. You did something you didn't like. Some wetted paper towel. Just a little, kind of damp actually, more just damp. And you can lightly undo, to an extent. The cleaner your water, the better. I had some muddy water, so it wasn't so good. But it's better than what I had. So I'll take it. Again. Oh, that's what it was. You're just missing some like highlights that coming off the roots that are peeking through on this. It was a little thick. It looks really good in the camera, I think. Alright, we're gonna take a quick break. Let all these browns dry up. We're gonna be focusing on our green layers next. And then after that, we get into lighting. We're gonna be adding more of these warm, sunsetty tones that we've been putting into the clouds there. So stay tuned. Welcome back. So, next up, big brush. I don't think I want that big. Maybe. Might be interesting. Ooh, I like that. Sometimes it's just like a gross, like, mucky brush, you know? Like this. This will be good for painting foliage. Ooh. This one. Yeah. Bigger brother. Gross brushes. Keep gross brushes around for a reason. And this is that reason. Get back to painting. So we're going to, how is our paint? Paint's getting a little dried out, but I think it's still usable. Some of the fresher stuff in underneath there. Take a whole bunch of that. And bring it in over here. I think we're going to start off with a lime green. Very, like, bright green. So not a whole lot of blue, but a whole lot of yellow. Get a nice gradient going. It's very limey on this side, and it goes to more of a foresty on that side. It's ultimately what I want, but we got a lot of yellow in here, which is good. I think it's good. First trees we're gonna paint. Don't want that much on my brush. I also don't want all of the paint to go to waste. We'll have this to go to re-splotch our brush. I'm just going to apply a little bit to the ends, and I'm also going to just kind of smush the brush up a bit. Get it kind of messy. I'm going to focus in on this birch tree back here. I'm just going to kind of fill in some of the foliage that'd be on it. We're going to do this in layers, so everything is in layers, building things up. Going up pretty high here. Not a whole lot, it's just a little bit. Get more in there. I don't want to get it too thick. First layer. There we go. No, for this guy over here, maybe a little bit bigger. Big hunk of paint there. That's okay. You know what? That's okay. One of those. This is our first happy accident. It's gonna be a little cluster of foliage there. I'm just dabbing and adding a little twist to my brush, and that's gonna give the bristles just a little bit of motion. So the brush strokes, each tiny little brush stroke is going to have a little bit of activity to it. Again, this is just our first layer. Focusing in on the birch trees. Doing a nice lime, bright lime green. I think we could even go more yellow. Bring in some yellow to this. This is almost like our weird temporary palette here. yellows. Oops. Real wrong answers here. Working in the back parts of the forest, so don't have to worry too much about the detail. We have this little branch coming out here. We'll add, we can come back and add some of the branch details that should be in there. We now start to make these little clusters. I think I'm going to take some straight yellow there on my brush. Just to highlight around some edges there. Right. So the yellow really starts to pick up the idea of our sun casting through our leaves on our birch trees. Right. So now I want to focus in on a tree that doesn't, maybe a tree that's not doing so well. Maybe this guy over here has just got some dead foliage going on. But in that, there's still some life. He's still trying. Still trying. Oh, that's way too much yellow. It's quite a diseased tree there now. Oh no. Oh no, what has happened? What do I do, Bob Ross? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Just bring in some more greenery on top here. I want to focus on these trees here. I think they're going to be, these three trees are kind of the same trees, so they're going to have the same colored leaves, which I think is just a bit more green. Something like that. I want that brush. I think I want that brush. Oh, it's not fully soaked. Got a pretty loosely filled brush here. I'm just gonna start very loosely filling up the top of this tree. And remember, this is layered. We're layering everything. My boyfriend and I, we say whenever we encounter anything that's layered, it's like an ogre. Sort of like an onion. So ogres have layers. Who doesn't love Shrek? Come on. We're gonna get real smushy in here. I want to make sure I do leave some spaces for that sky to just peek through, like that sky. But we are in a forest. Do need to make sure we are seeing the trees through the forest here. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? What's up, Sean? The far right corner of the bedroom closet. Huh? Yep. Yep. Or spookiness as we get up here. Yeah, all of that. Yep. You're making a cool patch? Are you making a patch? That's cool. I think this is good to get like all these under colors, but we're definitely going to use a smaller brush to start pulling in some other textures. I don't know what you're saying to me, Sean. Uh-huh. Some grasses in here on the sides. I don't know how much that did. I realized I was painting the border. I think we're going to wait for that to dry up a little bit, and then we'll focus in on thickening it up. We may need to... Let's get some more detail into our tree trunks. They're looking a little flat. But for that, let's make a nice, luxurious meadow here. The same brush, because I like the use of it. Just lights up. Here, get a little crazy with it. We'll go bigger sweeps. See the reds down here, that reddy orange, start to complement the greens that we're using. this yellow to that brush. Do some sweeps here after some of the weight that's casting into here. Just kind of starting to get the idea of grass, right? We got a lot of work to ahead of us, though. Start feeling that fluid motion in towards like the space. I feel like I'm being beckoned into it. Like that. I'm gonna take a bit of white. That's a good idea. Get from there. I think it's well, maybe a little bit longer there to dry up on that. Let's try and make a bit more green. I don't know how much more of this yellow we're going to be using, so I'm going to use it right there. That was too much blue. What do you think, Benny? Pretty good. Green as a undertone. Never hurts to just add a bit more color, or varying colors, so things don't look quite as flat. Also can help indicate that there is different kind of growth there. Not everything is the same kind of green. Many different greens. Probably gonna need to get more in a moment. Put too much blue on this side. Got a nice lime green on this. Lime green here, dark blue here. I've done a little bit of mixing. Oops. Hello. I found more. Let's go. That's a lot of green. There you go. Definitely more practical ways to mix paint, but it feels right to use your paintbrush. I need. Normally when I paint, this is what I've been missing. I usually put more scrap paper, craft paper, under my workspace. That way I have the ability to get rid of extra paint. Get to the point where I like the consistency of that paint on my brush. Okay, let's brighten up some of these trees up here. Oops. This is that point where we're starting to enter into expressionism, where we want to play with the idea of trees and not be perfect with the realism, going for activity and motion. There's still realism there in the light and the color quality. Especially when we get into final parts of our painting. We're going to really have fun with the aesthetic qualities of our brush lines. What's up, Sean? I can grab that for you. What are you listening to? Nothing. Excuse my reach, everybody. It's copyrighted music, exactly.
You want to know this YouTube?
Yeah. I don't know what's in there that we need. Happy with that area, I don't think. And it's about just playing around with it until things start to feel a bit more. I think the problem is I have this like branch that's branching out this way, and then I don't know what's the greenery on it. It feels like it should be growing out this way, but I don't want to cover up too much of our sky. Let's give we'll define more detail into those limbs, the tree limbs. As for this area, I feel like we could do better here. go. Okay, just remembered the cedar tree we intended to do in here. Let's see if I can't. What's up, Sean? What do you need now? Yeah. On the wall there. Don't want to see. Want to find more of that trail edge. Here. I like this brush because it's just so broken up that it can almost use it as a very, it's almost a weird little palette knife in itself. So it almost feels like there's now this green grass that's kind of continuous here, and I want to do something about that space in there. We'll start looking at shadow here in a moment. I'm feeling this might be a little too uniform, so we might want to create a little bit of dynamics. Oh, what is that guy? Right, well, let's work with it. What do we have here now? There's some sort of thing. I don't know. We'll return to this. I don't know what this is now, but it's got to be something. We can play with texture a little bit. I want to just blot that up a little. Go. And then we can maybe we just give it a little top. Now we don't even know what it is, but it's something. Some kind of bush or something's there. Darker undertones here. I feel like it needs some neighbors. Maybe that's what these are. Oh, that's what this is. These armatures are two bushes. So now we're seeing inside that bush here. Okay. Happy accidents, guys. There we go. Kind of adds to the realism there, too. Mm-hmm. I don't know what's going on here. There just needs to be more, to do a lot more in that space, don't we? I feel like the answer is not with this bush. What do you guys think? Someone's been watching me this whole time, but been quite silent. I mean, I don't mind. It's nice having viewers. I would be doing this regardless, I think. I feel like maybe up here there's gonna be some growth. I like that this idea of this these bushes. Maybe there's some back here too. All right, we need to add some depth to these tree trunks. Every time I notice them, I'm just like, oh, that's very flat. Alright, I'm gonna grab another brush. Really rough one. Small but rough. Do well. We're gonna focus on some shadow work. So our shadows are primarily based off of our blues. We can also add some red into it as well to make a more correct tone, which I think we'll need to for this. So it's gonna be a little purple. You'll know as I apply it, you'll be like, well, that's very purple, but you'll come back to looking at it and you'll be like, oh, I don't even notice it anymore. For now, I'm just going to capture the bottoms, the trunks. So those are going to be the darkest spots in our image. I bet you can't even see that it's purple, but it's such a wine color that I'm working with right now. Maybe I can capture it for you guys. No, it's just too dark. It's too dark. I can do this. That's our shadow color. That's quite purple. And you don't want like violet where it's like vibrantly purple. Well, it's not. It's not what we're looking for. We're just looking for like a very deep shadowy color. We're using very small, smart locations. As we add more detail to this tree, it's really starting to become apparent. It's fallen. I quite like that. The more I work on this tree, the more I don't like it. To be honest. I mean, that's a bit better. Just adding some broken lines up to indicate the continuation of the branch. That helps. Penny, what's up? No, don't step on. Don't step. Don't. No. 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 It's not dinner time yet. Or at least so. At this point, I'm kind of going towards vibes. What feels right. So I haven't done a lot of the shadow work yet. I think it's about time we do. I'm starting to get the darkest spots on the trees, but we haven't done any of the work on the casted shadows that they produce. It's way too bright inside of this forest. We'll get to brightening up the forest, but generally it's a bit dark. It's gotta be darker. Otherwise it doesn't feel like a forest. As I add a light colored tree. It's gonna be a pine or cedar trees. So I'm trying to get darker. Light up some tones. Okay. There's definitely spots I want to spend more time on. We need to bring some more life into this. What's going on down here, though? grasses. We just want nice wispy lines. So I've built up these darker shades underneath, right? We're very loose with them. Now we want to fill in some more. I've awoken the Benny to fill in some more of the grass leaves. Blades? Blades. So I'm just doing, for now, first step is I'm just making little swipes. Don't really have a loose top or bottom. Just little wisps of green paint. In a moment we can add some highlights to them to create a little more definition. I've already done some of the highlighting on the grasses in the back there. Let's just capture some of the information on the computer. I think we're going to end up doing our bush, giving our bush a little more information here in a bit. We have one. Happy accents. Okay. So now let's get a little more detailed. We'll start picking up just a little bit of white onto our brush. On the tip there. I'm just going to, we'll start in the front here. And we're going to just distinguish tips of some blades. We're just catching a bit of the light. I'm going to just draw my finger down through the bottom of that to pull it down. Times as I like. The idea is that these just keep on catching, light just keeps on catching the tops, just the little tippy tops of our grasses. Just don't forget to fill up your brush ever so often. Another paint on the tip. Once there's a bit more sun, just get fun with this now. give them, well, just slightly different angle. Makes them a little bit more like all plants are kind of working, but also competing with the neighbors around them. Trying to get up to the light. We're trying to get the nutrients in the ground. I'm trying to reproduce. Might have been too much. And we'll go back with the green over that. Make mistakes. The great thing about acrylic is that it's easy to cover stuff. A lot of people like oils kind of for that same reason. It's quite forgiving, but the messiness of oils, you end up getting it everywhere. Eventually, acrylic just dries. Basically, you're done with it. Oils, you'll end up finding, like, I did a small, primarily blue oil painting recently. Ever so often working at the studio, I would swipe my hand across the surface or something that had a bit of blue oil paint on it, and I would start getting it on other things. And I was like, where did that come from? Yeah. Gonna use some yellow. When the pure white for our grass. It's nice as like a highlight, but it's gonna be a bit better, I think. Still lightening it up a lot with the some white. I like the yellow, I think. We'll keep some white. Back in here, some dimension. Turn things up a little bit. Bringing the green, bringing the green from the bottom up, so it looks more like the shadow of it. You start getting these layers of grass coming together. I think we need to, before I get into highlighting these, I want to look at shading more of our environment here. I want to bring in some shadow work for these bushes here to darken up these areas here. I want to bring in some shadows into some of the rock and the roots here. This is awful. I need to do something about this stuff here. What I can do about this right now. There's some sort of bush or something, or grasses. I don't think I like that either. It's just so muddy there. That space. Oh, like a moss or something. Oh, does that read as moss now? I feel like it looks much better in the camera. I'll move on. Maybe it's just me. Let's shade things. All right, so I could get into the specifics on how we do proper shadows on stuff. There's a whole world of shadow perspective. That's not this tutorial or paint along session. Generally, the sun is in that direction, so shadows are casted this direction. And we're just kind of gonna go with what feels right. Obviously, we're not gonna be doing like a big tall shadow for this tree trunk when he's just like right there. Just like shadow work's almost done on that one. We're gonna be working blue. I'm gonna just take this blue over here and we're gonna water it down actually. I think this muddy water is actually gonna work to our benefit. We have just a very watered down blue. Very watered down blue. So this is just going to be used to tone our shadows. So a lot of shadows, well, how do I go about this? The sun generally casts shadows that are blue. Just trust me on that. It's true. So what we are using for our shadows is blue. I've got paper towel here. This is going to be used to pick up the excess. There's going to be lots of excess here. This is a very, very liquidy blue. Nice tone here, kind of navy. Has a little bit of white in it. Maybe it's white, or no, it's just like all the other colors from my gross muddy water. Which, I like it. I like this color. It's very nice. Very liquidy. We're going to focus kind of up into this area here. I don't like how bright it is. I want to close up the... I don't know, I want to shade in some of this area here. So what I'm going to do is add in that blue. I'm just going to pick up some of the extra. And when it dries, it's going to be very dark. Okay. Again, just like all of the steps today, layers are all about the layers. Can be a bit more blue around the bases of our trees, so that's why the most of the shadow is working. Filling in a little bit. Kind of feels like it's starting to hit the right tones. Starting to bring in, feels like we have form to these shapes now. There's this crinkle in the page there that makes this look like a lot darker than it is. That's okay. Bring up that blue up into the trees. This is where our impressionist painterly skills come into play. Not worrying too much. We know we're working with paint. We know that this is a paintbrush. And there are paint strokes to our painting. That's what the impressionists were all about. We're not hiding the fact that we're painting. We're painting, and this is paint. But it's through visually experiencing the total medium that you're like, oh wow, that is something, and it's more than just a landscape. It's inviting. It's looking at a story. One of the reasons why Miyazaki's works are all stunning. He puts a lot of time and effort into his creations and the story behind why the landscape is that it is. Like I'm rambling. Sorry, I'm not trying to fill time, I'm just having fun. I can't tell if it looks really good in the camera because of this glare or not. Here guys, I'm just gonna turn this off. No, it still looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, just doing that. That's okay. A bit more water into this blue here again. Kind of. These little casted shadows from all the anything that's going up needs a little shadow. Click. There. We're being loose, you know? Have fun with it. I mean, the moral of this week-long event here, paint along, just have fun with it. Especially on Wednesday and Thursday, I'm doing strictly fantasy paintings. So, like, Thursday we're literally going to be painting a stylized unicorn. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Galaxy painting in the background of it. Take what you want from it. I'm going to be doing all kinds of little things in it, but we just want to do like a space painting. There's going to be a part that you can do for that. You have a little one that loves unicorns. I do have a niece that's obsessed. This one's going to be for her. So now that we're starting to bring the tone down, we're really deepening the dark parts, the shadows, right? And we're really starting to think about more of our composition and the flow of things. I really wanted to have this sort of sense of light that breaks through this clearing. And so I want to have this darkness that wraps through and around. Now immediately I add that blue, it's like, oh, there's a shadow there. I didn't see it before, but now I see it. There's a shadow. I think this has gotten to a point where it's muddy in a good way. Not exactly what we were going for at first, but, you know, I like it. It came back around. Is that called the Maryland Point? The Maryland Flag Point? If you don't already know what I'm talking about, I recommend you looking it up. That's like a CGP Grey thing. Might actually not be his own thing. Just a lot of people credit him for it, I think. Yeah. I think the shadows in here need a bit more. There we go. Smudgy, smudgy. You know what it reminds me of? Fable. I don't know if anyone ever played that game. You know what I'm talking about. It reminds me of Fable. I really dig it. Or The Witcher, I guess. I never... Don't crucify me. I never finished The Witcher. Tried getting into it several times. I only got... talking about the game. Show as well, actually. About a third of the way in. And, I just couldn't... I don't know, it's not for me. I need Zelda. And that's why I like Fable so much, is that it really felt like a realistic Zelda. Trying to capture some of the highlights onto the top of these bushes, getting that slimy yellow-green. It's time to shine. Yeah. Your yellow. The same. Other spots here. Pick up some of it. I don't know. A little bit too much. Yeah, like that. Okay. But these stones could use some work, though. Another gray again. Lost the first one. Just gonna add a little bit more detail for these stone pots. Capture a bit more randomness. Stones that are just like catching the eye, you know? What did I call these earlier? Tripping hazard? I don't know what it just... Yeah, okay. What is this guy? Hello. Now we have a little boulder friend that we're navigating around. Well, this is a little embankment. Oh. Okay. That's why we're sticking to. add some more color and definition into that. We'll get more of that blue back in here as well, because it's getting unshaded. But hey, I think that's kind of cool. I'll have a little, maybe it's a mossy rock, it has a little mossy top. Should start with a dark bluey green. The top coat, or undercoat, sorry. Just trying to smush some of that color into my rock, but without trying to ruin all of the definition in it, you know? It's about feel, you know? It's about feeling it out. Some dark blues in here. I'll shade this in a moment, but let's get kind of a mossy effect going. I think maybe like it has, it's gotta have something like some kind of growth. Some grasses or something around the bases of these rocks. It makes so much more sense now that we have all these tumbled over rocks here. It's like, of course, there's an embankment here. Okay. What I want to really do is emphasize more of this light. Like, we're close. I think we're close to being done, or at least like wrapping up the overall structure of the painting, and we can get into like fine-tuning the little details. Little details? What have you been doing this whole time? Where are we right now? And we're going to take our last break. And when we return, we're going to wrap things up. I'm just going to give it a moment to dry up. I need to stretch my back. Artist's problem, eh, Benny? You gotta stretch those shoulders. Be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, stay tuned. we're back. So, we're gonna wrap up this painting, and we're gonna have some fun with it. Something I'm noticing though is before we get into our fancy lighting aesthetic aspect that I'm gonna have fun with, and you're gonna have fun with it too. I want to thicken up some of the grass a little bit. I don't like how choppy some of this looks. I think I just need to apply the paint a little thicker. So let's do that. And then also, these bushes could use a bit of work, and let's visit the path. There's a bit of work still needs to be done. I don't think it's too much work. That I don't think we're gonna be here too much longer. Let me use up this green that we've got here, and I'm gonna start laying it on a little bit thicker. And to be catching some details that I just want to make sure are really emphasized. So for over here, I want this edge of grass that delineates a separation between the pathways here. And then I also want some of these blades of grass to be interacting with this little pole here. So remember earlier when I said we don't want to be laying our paint on thick? Now we do. So we have a pretty strong guideline on where our objects are all located. And now we get to just play with adding in little details. And for me, personally, I love texture in my paintings. So this is where we have the opportunity to really introduce that texture. So if you put too much texture in your underlying layers, then that will begin showing up in your overlaying, or your layers over top. So for example, you can probably see there's a barbed wire line going through there that I don't want to do my best to conceal on spots like this tree. Got a really dark blue. I'll lay it in pretty thick around the shaded part of the pine tree over here. I'll begin concealing up those marks that I was making for barbed wire fence there. Hey, buddy. No. I want some more definition to this tree here. And it's... gotta make a lot of brown. Put that guy aside for a moment. Trying to make a new one over here. Definitely have too much red in that. Maybe this tree up here is red. Let's have fun with that, actually. Put a red in it. Branches every so often keep me worried. Alright, so I did not like that swipe. For example, earlier I said acrylic is forgiving. Let's show you. It's gone. I don't even like this there. No? Yeah, it's gone. Forgiving medium. That's why. It is dinner time. Could have fed him on break. I think I like that. Like the amount of red that comes in through there, and it contrasts nicely with that green, I think. I think we need some spots of this just in peeking through here. That's not quite right. Do this. Yeah, I think I'll lay some through and then take some thick green fills through. Or finishes the blade through it. I really like that color. It's nice. Okay. And then I think I'm gonna set that aside. With this color here, maybe. Hair is staying in there in the frame. Been like that the whole stream. I just noticed it. I think we're good with the. Let's see some right here. Not enough indication that there's something holding all these leaves together. Most of that is just on the border. Do that a lot. I'll end up like painting in detail and I'm like over here. I'm like, oh wait. Yeah, I like this. Okay, I'm gonna go back to that grass, start filling in with the amount of detail I started bringing in there. I'm gonna just do little bits of that in there. To do with the sticks. thinking of turning a very greeny brown. See a new stock color. Stock color. STALK color. Very red like it was anymore. Just filling some of this easier. Just way too much on the brush there. Find it out. What's going on here? It's a weird color block or a screen. Let's fix that up. The edges of our path. I'm gonna start putting in grasses that just wanna grow into it. And now we're just starting to creep into our pathway a little bit. Yeah, I've just decided this is that's the bush there. We've terminated it beyond. No more bushes there. Grasses have encroached. This is the nice thing about having a gross, muddy palette is when you pick up some paint, it can be perfectly mixed, and that's okay. You're gonna get all kinds of beautiful colors on the brush. As our good friend Mr. Ross would say. Happy accents. Nothing wrong with a bit of color. I don't think he said that. That's me. I don't know. I think it's the rest of the grass still looks a little flat. That's a little more texture to it. There's nice big swaths of thick paint. Mm-hmm. Well, it's dinner time. Maybe you could go back, Sean. It's just gaming. Maybe it's like sandy there, you know? Like that. I don't need to bring the grass all the way around that. I do want to make it more. Remember to take it slow and pay attention to pay attention to literally the paint on the end of your brush. Watch it. Hit canvas. Control your lines. You can actually make pretty nice detailed work using pretty janky brushes. I like it. A bit more here, and then we're gonna have some fun. Some light rays. You know how kids will always draw a sun with those little crowns coming off of it? Why do we do that? Sir, I know why we do that. It's most people who draw those because they're looking at the sun. The eye has blind spots in it, and instead of interpreting those blind spots as like black spots in your vision, your mind fills in the blanks. And everyone's blind spots are a little bit different, but your mind does a great job at filling those blanks in. Maybe in a future studio episode, we'll look at our blind spots. But because of the way light works and how it wraps around stuff, it refracts very bright things, and especially if you have a non-circular shaped iris, you have an astigmatism. I think I'm saying that right. You will see light, especially bright sources, have shiny bits coming off of them. And that's just kind of the way light reacts in small, very small spaces. If you've ever heard of the dual slit experiment, it's based off of the science in that. We're getting lost. The reason why most kids draw the sun that way is because a lot of kids have astigmatisms that they're not aware of, and where they just look at the sun, which you're not supposed to do. I did it when I was a kid. I was dumb. Don't do that, people. Don't look at the sun. It can cause permanent damage. But yeah, you just have those like casting lines from them, and it just makes sense that the sun has that, right? Everyone does the crowns off the sun. It's a good way to visualize it. But let's actually let's create an artsy way to visualize that here on our somewhat realistic painting we've done. I'm pretty happy with it. We could call it quits here, call it done. But I think we're going to take this from impressionist to expressionist. And, yeah, I don't want to get into art history, but basically we're going from having a painting that is very representational of what we would visually see, and that gives us the like I've used a lot of brushwork, a lot of loose paint work to really signify that this is a painting still, but it is an impression of that space. Expressionism is kind of a level beyond and getting closer to abstraction, where you're trying to literally paint the vibe and the feelings of the environments, and it's closely related to impressionism, but it's kind of taking it to the next extreme. And you'll quite often see people who paint crowds will do like smudgy people for someone who's moving quickly. Like, that's not necessarily what you would see if you took a snapshot, but that's the expression of that person that you would see. So what is the expression that we've been developing here? Well, for me, it's this movement, this progression drawn into this opening clearing here. So how can we accentuate that a little bit? Well, I want to delineate that there is a sun off our view. He just wants a closer look, I guess. And so how do we really delineate that the sun is over there, other than emphasizing more of our highlights and our shadows? Well, I think we just emphasize more of our highlights and shadows, but we to an extreme level. I have an image in my head of this forest next to my property as a childhood. We had a fairly small yard, but we're in the country, so it was, small for the country, but big for the city. And we had forests, or like a little tree line around the edges. And one evening when we were having a bonfire, and before the sun had gone down, we already lit the fire, and a lot of smoke was going through the trees. And if you've ever been to, if you've ever seen like a fog machine, right? You'll know that light does fun stuff in fog, and the smoke is creating the same effects, where I was getting these beautiful halo or light ray effects coming out of the trees. So that's always stuck with me, and I love to bring that into my paintings. And if you've seen the hi Ben, you've seen the you're such a distraction, but I love it, the example photo for this on the YouTube post, then you know exactly what I mean. I really played around with that expression of what the sun does to that outside space. It really like brought it alive. For me here, I really want to play with that both the sun, and I like the wind aspect in here. It feels really alive. I'm quite happy with it so far, but I think we're at 8 or 9. Let's go to 11. Okay, so let's have some fun and get this cat out of our way. What do you think, Benny? Yeah, no, maybe. There we go. It's kind of out of my way, but not really. It should go in the box. Thanks, buddy. Okay, so our shadow colors are blue, and our light sun colors are quite yellow, which I'm happy with. I was going to do more of an orangey sunsetty color, but looking at our sky, I quite like the white clouds, how they are right now. It feels very light and freeing, so I'm going to stick to that vibe. And I'm going to do I'm going to recycle my water. Hold on. I'm going to take my water out, and I'm going to go get fresh stuff. Back in a second. You're allowed to do that. I have dirty brushes, so it's not perfectly clean, but it's much better than the water that we were working with before. Where are we going here? Yes, shadows. I'm going to start by creating some casted shadows that that are going to contrast the light rays that we send through the painting. And I think the sun's going to be somewhere around over here. And that means all of our... anytime we have a light ray that interacts with the sun, which I'm trying to visually create a spot in my mind where it is. It's kind of like on my lamp here. I need a better solution. It's not gonna be perfect, but this is gonna be better than nothing. Take this. I'm gonna go. Yellow sun. And then here. Oops. Oh, this is just a representation. It'll help us visualize on as though our canvas was much bigger than it is. Oh, can you guys see? Oh, perfect. Yes. And then it's like up here. Yeah, it's literally just off the screen, and I think that's good. You guys get the idea, right? There we go. Sun's right there. Okay. Imagine anytime we have the light ray or a shadow casting through a tree or a branch, which you'll understand more in a second, it needs to point to this here. Okay, so even at these, if I do little ones down here, again, you'll understand what I mean in a second, it's going to be pointed to that sun. So just pay attention to that. You'll understand in a second. So I'm going to create more of that shadow blue color. Oh, blue actually. Underneath that. It might be okay that it has some white in it, because then it'll be like smoky. No, we need more blue. I don't like that. To be dark. Make a nice liquidy blue here. It's better. Still needs a lot more liquid. I think that'll do. Might be a mistake. We'll find out in a second. Not a mistake. We got a nice, I don't know, you can even see what I was doing. Nice liquidy blue. Tomorrow I'm going to set up my desk a bit better so you can see my paint palette the whole time. So with that blue, it could be darker, but we'll have a look to see how it does. No, don't be. Hi. Where do we want to start? I think somewhere up here. I'm gonna start with. It's gonna be a little extreme, I know. It's gonna seem. What's that? Yeah, smaller ones. We're kind of just playing around here at first. We're just kind of seeing what gives us the right look. It's a nice, delicate little. See, are good. It'll make a little bit more sense as we get the lighter colors in. Hey, Agent! Nice to see you. In a minute. I think you'll have a lot of opportunities to see me in the studio this week. We're doing a 5-day paint-along series. It's day 1, so if you're around the rest of the week, we'll be doing more. Thanks, man. Just casting some shadows from our imaginary sun over here. In a moment, we'll cast some sun rays that will contrast nicely with these guys. With this, I kind of want to bring. I realize I didn't shadow up this whole space in here. So bring this blue tone in. Looked like it's destroying the painting there, but it's shaded. I've been doing well. Agent asks how I've been doing. I think I've been doing pretty good. A couple weeks ago, I was teaching art at a art studio to a bunch of elementary school kids. We're doing March camp. I'm so used to calling it spring break. March break camp. And I was doing some paint-along series with them. I liked it so much that I wanted to bring it into the studio. Well, that's what we're doing. And I had a lot of free time this week, so that's why I'm spending a lot of time painting. I don't know how much that's going towards my son. I'm gonna redo those. And anytime I'm interacting with the sun's light on these shadows, for instance, I want to direct them towards that sunspot. Looks like I'm ruining it until the blue starts to dry up, and then you'll see that the shadows are there. Like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. Whoa. Agent says he got a new Lego set, and it's from the 1980s. The new and improved Space Explorer. Is that the same one from the original, like the Lego movie? The Galaxy Explorer. It's awesome. I love that antique Lego. I have so much Lego. It's all in a bin. That's separate from my Bionicles, which I have a ton of as well. But yeah, I kept all the stuff from my childhood, and I think my dad... No, it was all my collection. Occasionally I would pick some stuff up from like secondhand stores. So if you have Value Villages wherever you are, or like sometimes Salvation Army has a toy section. They're always great to hit up to see if they have any Bionicles or Lego. Lego Among Us 2 is releasing today. That's cool. I never really got into the Among Us series, though, to be honest. Well, that's gonna surprise people, maybe. I'm not good with those line games. Any deception games, I'm terrible at. My anxiety goes peak 11. Do not like. Okay, I think that is a strong underlayer. Get some stuff in here going. A little more shading back in here. Okay. Finally, I think we need to just work on some of the highlights. Sun rays that are coming through. And that's gonna probably be it for this one. We've been again talking about tomorrow. I was gonna say next week. I was like, no, we're painting all week. We get a very yellowy... Tomorrow we're gonna have a better palette. I don't want to do this. Maybe similar situation, although that's a lot of white. Just gonna put that right there. We'll have a bit of wasted paint today, but it's not a whole lot. Probably off camera, I'm gonna end up doing a whole play with paint session. I always do whenever I'm teaching art, and then all the kids have extra paint on their palettes. I always bundle it all up together and paint with it. Fun. I don't make anything though. It's non-subjective work. abstract expressionist, if you want to use that term. What are you saying, Jen? So yeah, I can't do any of those deception games. The moment I'm instructed to lie, everyone can tell. I'm an open book on that one. Like, it's just acting, but no, it's not, though. It's trying to convince you about me not doing these awful things. Because that's the objective, right? You've done something awful to these people, and you have to convince them that you haven't done something awful. I can't do that. When I've done something awful, I'm straight in. I'm upfront with people about it. I don't do awful things. I don't know how to be an awful person. Don't want to be. Strive to be a nice person whenever I can. Alright, so sun rays coming from our sun that isn't on our canvas. We're just gonna start having fun with this. A little heavy on that one. I don't like horror things either. Fan. My boyfriend Sean loves horror stuff. I mean, sorry, he loves horror movies to no end, and I can't do it. Especially anything gory. Oh, thank you. There's the occasional spooker that I'm like, oh, that was fun. But most of the time, it's no thanks. It's not for me. Some of these I want to fatten up a little bit. Well, happy belated birthday, Agent. So his birthday just passed. It's funny, I had a stream the day before, and it was my father's birthday. So, your birthday neighbor buddies. This is beginning to allude to, for me at least, is that there's some kind of fog or smoke or something flowing through, bringing a lot of activity through the space. So I'm just having fun with it now. Painting is all about just throwing colored stuff on a thing. Can't be simpler than that. It's got to start somewhere, and For me, I was an awful painter when I started as well. I started getting into it more seriously when I was around, I think, your age. I don't remember how old you are, 11 or something like that. Actually, I might. Drawing is where I started with drawing as well. Drawing and painting are a lot alike. So a lot of the skills that you learn from drawing, you'll end up taking with you into painting. Watercolors. I was talking about the difference between watercolor and acrylic painting at the top of the show. Often, I find if people are really interested in painting but don't have a background in drawing, a good entry into that environment is through acrylics. Instead of picking up something like oils, it might be a little intimidating for a lot of people. Whereas watercolor is great for people who can illustrate and draw, have a lot of those skills, as that it requires a steady hand and a knowledge on where your color and your medium is going to go exactly in the moment. So you need to pre-plan a lot of your work. That's generally why we weren't working in watercolors this week. I want to provide the time or provide the freedom to just have fun. I've gotten a little heavy-handed on this. I'm gonna pull back a little bit on some of these. We need to define some of our foreground objects a little bit more. Have a good night, Agent. It's nice having other creators pop in. think we're nearing completion here. I think I'm gonna take some really dark blue here. It's gonna start bringing in really forms of, I don't know, little forms of rocks or something down here. Just muddy this up a bit and add some color. I think we're pretty much done. Do we do the peel tonight? I think we could. We have the blow dryer with us. I think we could do the peel tonight. Those who stuck around, you know? Stuck around to the very end. Tomorrow we have another painting set up. It's going to be focused on geometric forms, and it's going to be... Sorry. Yeah, no, that's the whole message. Yeah, it's going to be focused on geometric forms, composition, and color toning. We had a lot of fun with a lot of loose work today and just impressionistic style work. But tomorrow's going to be about kind of lots of straight lines, lots of color blocks. Things aren't going to really make sense until you start seeing it all together, you know? Get rid of that until tomorrow. I think we can do the peel. But first, let's make sure we got a nice clean space. Get rid of the extra paint. Is back here. There it is. Here I go. Alright, let's have some fun. This is where it goes from looking pretty cool to looking freaking amazing. Started to pull away here, but that's just fine. The important part is keeping that nice, clean, crisp line. So it's here. Don't want to go too fast. Tear the paper. You don't need to take all day. I'm gonna be careful with it. I'm gonna make sure my hands are nice. Oh, pretty good. No wet paint. Be careful not to touch any of the canvas other than the border then. Here, fourth. Bottom off. And top. Realized we're missing something. Nice opening brush. I knew I pulled that white guy for a reason. Normally I like to wait until the paints are completely dry, so if I mess up the signature, then it's just fine. We can undo it. But we're here, and we should put the signature in. We need to put the year in. I think we know when we did it. We got a pretty good documentary about it. What's gonna be for us? No? Both for tonight, and this is for us. Yeah. Really happy with this. Oh, no, not the right one. Back, I want... Still learning the streaming software, guys. Patience. Virtue. What do you guys think? I think I deserve a comment or a like or a subscribe. You know, all the YouTube things. We're gonna do another one tomorrow. And it's gonna be just as fun. We're gonna play probably with more paint knives. And if you don't have any paint knives, get some clean cardboard. Something rigid but a little bit of flexible and has a straight edge to it. So get some nice clean cardboard that you can cut with a pair of scissors. If you don't have a paint knife, that's just a nice backup. Cereal box cardboard. If you have that, it works. It's great. I want a bowl of cereal now. It's dinner time. I gotta go figure that out. I will see you all tomorrow, and thank you again for watching, for being here. This has been a lot of fun, and we're definitely going to be doing more after this week-long session. We're only just getting started here in the studio, guys. Thanks to my patrons. If you guys are interested in supporting me here and what we're doing, you know, me, Benny, and Olive, we're thriving here in the studio, but we could use your help. Head over to Patreon, sign up. There's some free coloring pages actually on there that are looking pretty sweet. There's a current series that is based off of Zelda. I'll tell you more, but maybe you should go check it out. Or just wait until the ending splash screen, so it's right there. Have a good one, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.